And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Digital Dragon, a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. That mean? Well, it means we do everything from printer unboxings like the X1C Carbons over here, K1C, to full up printer builds like the Vorons, Black Box, LH Stinger, and we also do some prototyping and beta testing. So I've helped with a lot of latest hot end reviews through their beta testing program. Uh, Doing another one from a different vendor now. Took part in a lot of the beta testing for the box turtles. Okay, so welcome on. And good morning, Wilk Allen, Wizix, Papa Bear Yelnats. Welcome in. So I hope everybody's doing well today. Um, Hopefully not too long of a stream, but hopefully we can push through the stream and get things done and everything um, at least physically connected today. Everything installed, physically connected, so that we can move on to the next step. And actually, the next steps might be shipping this to Zombie Hedgehog and letting him do his software side of things. Now, the board that comes in this, we are using the AFC light board, and the AFC light board comes pre-flashed and ready to go. So the only reason that me or anyone else would need to reflash this is if there's a newer version of Clipper that's out that you have installed on your machine, and then you're required to bring this MCU flash up to the same level, which does happen occasionally. But this should be good to go from the factory. The biggest thing is just creating a cable for it, which is a standard pinout. Um, yeah. And as you can see, I was working on getting this mounted. I was just kind of looking at it and trying to see. Normally, I mount these in a reverse where the um, heat sink or the heat sinks are up here, which is actually the bottom of the box turtle. Um, the downside of that is that puts this connector over on this end, which is facing directly down into the bottom of the trays, and it's a pinch point. So, and it's really hard to be able to get the cable on and off. We're doing it this way. We're going to follow the instructions, and hopefully our wire links from the previous build of this are good enough. There's enough slack that we can make everything. So that's the game plan for. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Thunder Keys, once again, you're going to be able to back me up on this. These boards do come pre-flash. We should not have to flash it at all. The only reason you'd have to flash this out of the box is if you're on like the latest bleeding edge version, and it should come pre-flash for CAN bus. That is true for CAN bus. If you're going to run this USB, then you need to supply a USB cable connecting in here, and you still need to provide the 24 volt into the CAN bus connector. You just wouldn't use the low and the high. So yeah, this is ready to go back on here. And then I did print the TPU wheels. These are printed in the red TPU from Yusu. They came out really nicely. They've got a good amount of spring to them. Printed very cleanly straight out of the package, so that's nice. We'll be able to get these on and get our respoolers done, and then basically start putting everything back together. So yeah, that did turn out to be a nice red. It's obviously different. Here, let me. So it is obviously a different shade of red, but it's going to be good enough, close enough that it works. Right? Obviously a different shade, different sheen. but it's going to work. And you see that I've got the thing here because I popped this off and was working on trying to get the board installed just to see how it goes. Now here's the other thing, and I'm gonna swap. I'm gonna take this off and swap this back around. The pins on this switch are so long, and the way they have us install it, um, yeah, it bends the board there. So I'm going to take this back off, and I'm going to cut those pins so that they are out of the way, because those pins are coming down right on the plastic of the mount. And the way it's designed to be mounted is these two are screwed into plastic, and then the other side is a pass through into some things. Yeah, snip those. Yep. Once again, I normally mount the board physically the opposite way to not deal with having to snip those because of the way the board's created. It's a simple fix, honestly. Make these the through holes and make these um the ones that you screw in. Problem solved. You physically move the mount around and now you don't have the prongs. But I do also see that the prongs are there to potentially keep from any metal on metal thing. But regardless, we're going to pop this off real fast, snip those wires, or snip the wire, snip the ends down, which you would, which it would probably be best if it comes from the manufacturer that way, honestly. But it is what it is. Highly recommend the manual if you are not. I have not built like 20 of these. Oh yes, yes, yes. So we do have the manual going here. Okay. Gotta love that when you change scenes and nothing comes up. There we go. Yeah, that's right. Why is that a different view than I was expecting? So yeah, this is the manual here. The manual's been getting more and more flushed out. So that's good. The so we've done, actually, let me go to this. Hey, same old Shane. Yeah, this is what it looks like when you have room to stream a build. Yeah. So we've reviewed the introduction. We've built the frame. We built our extruders. We've got our respoolers close. We just need to put the TPU tires that we just printed onto the black wheels and screw those on, and that'll be done. And then this step that you're looking on here where I'm doing these pins would be the general assembly piece. We did start the turtleneck. We will be continuing that journey here soon. And let me go to here and you'll see what I'm doing when I'm cutting these. So this one hasn't been cut yet. You can see how long that is. And then I'm just snipping them right at the top of the solder joints. So that way we're getting these long pins out of the way. And when you're snipping these things, you're wearing safety glasses. And what I normally do is I get my nippers on it and I put my finger over the top. Because when you cut it, it's going to want to go flying. Having your thumb over the top of it, it's not going to have enough room to really get anywhere. And then you can dump it in the garbage real fast. So then you're left with 3 pads that are nice down there. If need be, you can always go in and retouch the solder joints, but those are good. Yeah. So this was, once again, pass-throughs, like calls for M3 by 8s. Honestly, M3 by 6s would be good enough for the ones that are threading into the plastic. The 8s kind of go through a little bit. Let me just get this remounted again. And then we'll jump back over into the manual where we were at. But yes, definitely follow the manual. They have spent a lot of time working on these manuals. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? So, Zombie, real quick, do you want to make your own CAN bus cable for this? I think you've built one or two of those in your past, right? The only reason I'm saying is because the CAN bus cable I have, um, the spare CAN bus cable I have, is one that would go on a big tree tack. I would just cut the end off. So if you have cable, just let me know and I won't even bother shipping one. If you need one, I'll ship this and you can cut it off and make it to the length that you need for whatever your build is. That would probably be the best thing to do, honestly. So we're going to need to remount this. The board is going to slide up in there like this. I want to make sure that you get your little tab slots in there. Figured you had the knowledge and you've done a cable or two. Yeah. Because I have no idea which machine you're going to put it on. And depending on which one you put it on, you're either going to need a really long cable, a short cable. Maybe you want to keep it a long cable. You see, move it wherever. Goes there. We'll put the foot back on. Yeah, I'll send you um the connector. So Isix Tech has the 4-pin Molex connector. It comes in the kit. So there'll be your 4-pin Molex and the right pins for it and stuff. So I'll send you this, but if you need the cable, let me know and I'll send this cable with it. This is a spare. Don't ask me how I got a spare of one of these. I don't know, but you're gonna have to cut this end off and use the 4-pin cable, and then you'll have to wire this one however you need it for your the printer that you're putting it on. Kind of where I was going with that. Okay, so our board is now installed over here. And with that, I'm going to set this back down and out of the way so that we can finish our respoolers. And all we needed to do on the respoolers was get our newly printed TPU rollers onto our ends here. And make sure you're going to push them on the right way so that the V groove and the TPU piece will line up with the V groove here. We've done a lot of good work to make it a little bit easier to slip those on. So it's going to look like when it's all slipped on. So, and I did want to point out, let's see, good zombie morning, folks. Probably need the connector. Yes, I'll have the 1 4-pin connector that comes with the ISIX kit. Or the board I'll send you. Need the cable, I'll send you the cable. AT Moore, welcome on in. Welcome on in. It is pre-flashed for CAN, and it can do USB. You're just going to have to reflash the board, and you'll go to ISIX site for the GitHub link with all the instructions to do that. So it does come pre-done for CAN. If you want to do USB, you can run it USB, but you're going to have to reflash the board, and you'll still supply a 24 volt via that 4-pin CAN. You just won't have the low and high connected. Yeah, that is the options there. Just like any other CAN bus board. And then there was a link that popped up there for the new merch. We do have our new coffee mugs. This is the biggest one. This is the 20 ounce. The white cups, the light mode, as I think it's 12, 15, maybe it's 12 and 16 and 20. And then the dark mode, which would be a black mug, which still hasn't come in. It should be in Monday or Tuesday. Is just the 12 and 15 or 16, whichever that middle size is. 20 in the dark mode. This is currently empty. Mrs. Dragon is going to be bringing some Dunkin', and we'll just pour it in here. We've got our water bottles. The dark mode water bottle. We'll have a light mode as well out there. I have been using this, so definitely pretty nice bottles. Keeps things nice and cold. A couple more of these and we'll be done. There will be, there are shirts available. I did suggest that everybody wait just a little bit. I'm waiting for my shirts to be shipped. And once I get them in, I will let you guys know, because they've got, like, Fourth Wall has, like, I don't know, what is it, Zombie? Like, it feels like 20 or 30 different shirt, sweatshirt, hoodie type options. And I hate to say, hey, go grab a bunch of shirts when I haven't got one to try it out and figure out if it, because like these shirts that we got from Stream Elements were very nice. They're pretty light, but still good quality, soft. And sometimes you'll get a shirt and it just feels like it's really heavy, and I don't know. I got a little crunchy. Come on. There we go. Okay. So we got all the wheels there. And what we're going to do is we're just going to come in here and start twisting one on. We'll grab the other one, start twisting that on, and then we'll twist them on against each other, and that'll help us make sure that they're nice and tight and all the way on there. I'm going to turn this wheel and you'll see the pattern over here move. This is just some Vision Miner. So you down. Yeah, we should be ready to get all these things put together. Yeah, like I said, the only reason I haven't got coffee is I know Mrs. Dragon's out on a coffee run right now. Otherwise, I would have made a cup of coffee. You're going to use your DD mug? Awesome. You know you're going to have to get the new one, right? Okay. So now we've got our extruders done, our respoolers done, our triggers and stops are done and complete. So those are done there. We're not going to need that tool anymore. We will need these. These are the M3x8 screws with a washer. These will be used to secure these down. I will be sending a new and an old sticker over to Zombie, so he'll be one of the first ones to get a new sticker. And we've been working on the turtleneck. That's kind of where we were at. We just finished up these respoolers. I'm going to slide these up here a little bit, get them out of the way. And from a manual perspective, we're going to come back over here to the turtleneck. And we created our in-stop links. So we've got our two in-stop wires, 500. Actually, they're 510, but because it's the same size as the hub was. Well, the hub's 510. These were supposed to be 500. I just cut them all at the same time to 500. We've got our 4 heat press inserts in. I did go ahead and pop in the ECAS fittings just because sometimes they're a pain in the butt. These actually popped in a lot better. They added a little bit more tolerance here. Makes it a little bit easier. Hey, Timur, thank you for using your Prime subscription to renew for 21 months. That's pretty awesome, dude. That is pretty awesome. And I like how the new little badge emotes kind of grow with you over time with the channel. The 3 types you've tried are good. Of the shirts, how did that TPU? The TPU worked out fabulous. Like I said, that TPU worked out fabulous. I think it might even be a little bit softer than the black that I was using. So that's probably going to work out even better. You need to get the 15-ounce mug. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the 20 ounce. This is the biggest one. Then there's in the white, there will be a 15 ounce and a 12 ounce. In the dark mode, there's a 12 and 15. Not a big 20 ounce version in the dark mode. These were all printed with the latest files. And yeah, it's there. It's just not as painful as in the past. The one thing that you really want to do here is look at the orientation of the levers. So the levers, um, the plungers of your end stops are on the inside, which means your levers are kind of opening to the outside when you install them in your part here. So we're going to install those two in the self-tapping thread holes here, and they're going to go in in this orientation so that your levers are, the higher points of your levers are on the outsides and your plunger or the pivot side is on the inside. So we're going to need some self-tappers, M2x10 self-tapping, self-tappers. I'm going to see what I have. If I have enough of the like socket head cap versions of these, I will use those. Looks like I do, because self-tapping screws are great. I hate with a passion the self-tapping screws that are Phillips head, because I strip about every other one out. I got 50% strip rate on those heads, and it just annoys the bejesus out of me. So, lined up. Once again, snug these down, but don't crank on them, because if you do crank on them too much, you will crack the case. That's what we're looking for. One there and one the other way. Try and get that started so I can just use the tip of the first screw as basically a locating pin to find the hole. No comments from the peanut gallery on that one, game. You can believe in FedEx, the Anycubic S1 combo will be here today. Mine went from Tuesday to Monday as of this morning. Normally for me, FedEx will be like, it'll be here tomorrow. And then tomorrow hits and it gets on the truck. It says it's out for delivery, and then it goes back, and then I'll get it in like another day or two. So we'll see. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to orientate this part here. So you've got the closer to heat set inserts at the bottom with that third peg leg over here. And you've got one indent here and another one down here at the end. This one is the one that you're going to be seeing in the gap here. So it's going to go basically down like that. And that's your movement. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Dragon. Now we're going to take the top cover piece, flip it over, and go right on top of that. everything will line up and snap in. Now we'll go through and put in our 4 screws. These are going to be M3x8s. And just like that, we're going to have our turtleneck. And once again, this is a buffering system to enable the extruder in the box turtle and the extruder in the tool head to kind of synchronize a little bit so that they're not pushing or pulling against each other. So Zombie, I snagged one of these from my wife. Another option would be one of these with the uh, turn thing here. Fill this up with distilled water. Squirt it into the big reservoir. Make sure it's filled up and you're ready to continue. As you start the pump, it'll start pumping it through and you're going to have to work the air out, but you never want that reservoir to get empty or you'll destroy the diaphragm in the pump. So you need to be ready to keep going a little bit. So one of these, which a lot of people use for their alcohol, or one of these, which I refer to as like the old style ketchup and mustard things at the diners. My wife had these. These are actually Wilton for doing candy. And you want to use distilled water. Some of those for tie-dye. I was like, what is that? Tie-dye. Gotcha. So we'll just screw these in. Once again, we're just trying to hold the case together. You don't need to really ugga-dugga these down because if you do, you may interfere with the movement here. There's a good deal of tolerance. If you crank it down that much that you're stopping the free movement of that, then you might be crushing parts at that point. Okay, make sure that your buffer piece moves freely and you're good there. And hey, that's the end of it. Now we'll be on to the next section. This is the general assembly, once again mounting the AFC. So it shows you to start mounting it on the open end. So your steppers go in the open cutout area of the printed part. That area, once again, cut your pins. Now we're going to start assembling everything now that we've got that back into our system. So I'm going to need this still. Did not need that one. I'm going to get this out of the way. I'm going to just take these and put them down on the bench because it's going to be easier when I bring this up. Now, when you go to install your lanes, once again, lane 1, 2, 3, 4, looking left to right. The thing you're going to be looking for is your longest N20 motor wires is lane 4. So you'll take this, set it down in there, route your cables through there. And what I normally do is just kind of put the back end in first, or line the back end up, and then just kind of rotate and push it forward just like that, and it locks in. So on this next one, You're going to look for the next longest motor wire, put those through. Your 2 pigtails for your lights, put those through. And I'll turn this around a little bit. Once again, I'm lining everything up and I'm kind of tilting it back. And as I start to put it in, we're going to roll it in. So what we're trying to do is you've got these tab pieces right here. This area right here is what is locking into the front lip of your extrusion. So you're just getting the back kind of down and in place and then rotating forward and it'll pop in. There's first two. Next longest set of wires. And then your last set with the shortest motor wires. And once again, you wouldn't have this long one. You would just have the 2 pigtails, and there would be another short pigtail that goes from the microfit to the JST. I just, once again, this is from a previous build, and I'm not going to cut those to make that special. Always has to be one. There we go. Okay, so all 4 of our lanes are in. Now, they snapped in pretty well, so that's good. We'll be able to take this, flip our box turtle over on the back, and you'll notice here that there's 3 holes in a line. The 2 outer ones have heat press inserts down in there. Those are the ones that are in the bottom of the re-spooler. That's where we're going to put our 2 screws in. The middle one is an access so that you can get in there and undo the screw that's on this black cover. So you'll be able to take the black cover off if you need to get in there and re-grease your motors if your motors start getting noisy. So I'm going to flip this back over, preferably without throwing a spooler out. All the wires back in there. That snap back in place. And now what we're going to do is M3x8s, and we're going to screw 2 into each side, and that's going to hold your re-spooler motors in. Hey Eagle, how's it going? Good morning, Layers with Lily. Yeah, the manual is really good, and the fact that you can hand, tilt, rotate, so that you can really see how everything's snapping in there. Flip it around, and then you see where your 2 screws are going. And then the other little screw right over here on the side is going to be that the trigger, so the inlet trigger that's that front lever mechanism that we created with the magnets. Its whole purpose there is as you put in filament, it'll push that forward, which will release the lever of these. in stops, and that's what it'll trigger it and tell it that there's filament loaded, and it'll start your extruder motors. The extruders will pull your filament through the extruder, and then it hits that end stop, and that's what's called the load position, and that's where you get the identification that a lane is loaded. So you do have to push it through the front trigger. What's going on there? Slightly not. There we go. See? Still not going in. Take a look at that in 1 second here. Um, yeah, this is a really good manual. I really like the Prusa manuals, but after going through and doing this one's been pretty impressive. Not sure why this one is being annoying. Oh, that one would be annoying because I'm trying to put it into a heat press that doesn't exist. So how much you want to bet that this is the one that I printed and didn't put a heat set or heat insert into it? That'll do it. Come on, pop out. Yeah, no heat set. Got to put a heat set in there real fast. I need to clean some things up real. Ah! Good thing is I can put heat press inserts in the corner. Ah. So because we have wires and stuff in here now, we do have to be careful that we don't grab or hit a wire when we're doing this. So that make sure we get the wires out of the way. And press that in there. Use the flat of our table to make sure that it's in there nice and flat. Let that cool for a second. On our corner pieces, I will send you the other pieces if you want to do the if you want to put bling in here, zombie. We need to put heat press inserts right here in that bottom. So we'll add those in here while we've got the machine up and running. Okay. He's over here to let them cool down. That goes back in there. Should be nice and cooled off now. And oh, don't know if you guys noticed, but we got the drying unit in here. Now it's got a little bit of room on it. I did need to take out the leveling wheels in order to get it to slide in there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to design up and 3D print some, we'll call them like stops that'll go on this front edge that'll prevent it from sliding out. And then I'll put a couple on the back as well to kind of wedge it in there so it can't slide front to back. I mean, once there's weight in there, it's not going to move around, but it's the thing of this may be going to shows with me. So I want to make sure that I have a means of getting it to and from shows safely. Okay. Let's go ahead and get that one there and secured. What do with the other screw? And yes, so Tiamat is a 5-headed chromatic dragon out of D&D lore. And since that, yes, Dragon Queen, she's actually the kind of like an evil Dragon Queen. Um, and since Black Box here is a 5-head tool changer, it made sense. Since majority of my stuff is dragon based. Okay, so shows you to do the one. This is now going to show us to do the lever arm here, and you can kind of see how that's going to work. So the end stop gets pressed up against this lever, and as filaments added in, this lever will rock forward as the filament comes through, which will then trigger that end stop. So that's the next thing that we're going to do. Once again, lane 4 on this side, we need the longest connector. I hope to God that we don't have to rewire these with longer wires. Once again, going to be our 2.5. So this is a M3x8 socket head with a washer. You got to have the washer on here to give it a little bit more bite and purchase. If you don't have that washer in there, it's going to kind of rotate and move around on you a bit. Now I suggest getting the screw started. You'll kind of get this lined up front to back straight. And then I push the end stop forward until I hear it click. And that's where I lock it down. And for whatever reason, I feel like it backed off slightly. So I'm listening for the trigger on the end stop. You definitely want to make sure that that end stop's triggering. And it's not going to take much movement. So that one sounds like it's good there. Now we're going to need the next longest one. And that'll be lane 3. And make sure that you're not getting your wires all tangled. And we'll test these and we may have to adjust them slightly as we go through the process here. The next longest one. Okay, and finally our last one here. Things start getting a little tight in this last area here. So okay, so all 4 of these seem to be working just fine. So clicky, 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 clicky. So those 4 are working just fine. Next up, we're going to start adding in the extruders. And I always start from position 4. I try and grab all of this stuff and kind of lay it forward and out of the way because I tend to wire as I go. And I'll explain what I'm doing there as I'm doing this. So I kind of get as much of that out of the way as possible. We're going to want extruder 4, which will have the longest set of wires. Looks to be about the right one. Yep. So extruder 4 here. Now, the way these go in is the motor's going to be to the right. So I'm looking at it from the back. So I had the hub facing me. The motor is going to the right. And you can do these straight up and down, or what I do is the 2 ends, I angle inwards, and then the 2 center ones are straight front to back. It just helps the filament path a little bit. You want to make sure that you don't have any of your wires pinched underneath here when you're putting this down here. We'll kind of set it in place. We're going to use some M3x8s. I would love to be doing the overhead camera right now, but I'm beginning to think that I think this camera may be okay. I think the issue is running 2 of the Brio 4Ks on the same system. I was reading somewhere, where the hell? I was reading somewhere about an issue where cameras have the same hardware address defaulted into them, so that you can't run more than one at a time or you'll have issues. So, and I'm going to grab my coffee. So we got some Dunkin' coffee here. Still interrupt. Good enough. Don't want to make a mess there. I know myself. Drink within your limitations, folks. Okay. Yes. Coffee. Coffee. We're starting back on coffee. Okay. Some users find it easier to install the 80 millimeter, 3 millimeter ID Bowden tube into the extruder spooler before securing the extruder to the underside of the tray. This will not be mentioned again. Identify the extruder for lane 4, which is the longest lead wires. Secure lane 4 extruder with 2 M3x8 socket head screws is shown. Be mindful of the orientation of the extruder. Okay. Wire route. Yeah, buddy. Awesome. They're doing this and talking about doing the wiring right from the get-go. There are many zip tie points on the underside of the trays. However, now is not the time to tightly place. Loosely secure the wires for lane 4 in place at this time. The next page will show exactly where to plug all of the lane 4 into the AFC light to match the default clipper add-on configuration set up. Very, very critical. Okay. Need to make sure that you're lining your stuff up right. So we've got a lot of wire. Here's our motor wire. Here are the end stop wires for the trigger. And then here are motor wires that still have ferrules on the end. So these two are going to come down. This one's coming around the front. And then our other, this is the stepper end stop. So this is the load end stop. So what I want to do is on my, well, that works out nicely because they're different colored. I'm going to write P4 on this, which is prep 4. Makes it easier later on if I ever need to undo it. This is M4 for motor 4. Now, my load wire is black connector, so that's, I'm not going to be able to mark that. And I'm not going to switch it over at this moment. But we're going to take these 4 connectors, making sure once again that no other wires are being captured here. And we're going to try and find our first little tie down point here, and we'll put a zip tie things down. Hey, shenanigans, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope everybody is doing great. Sorry about that. Shrimp Father, welcome in. Nick, how's it going? Good morning, good morning. Um, Shenanigans, how was your stream this morning? And are you driving? Or were you back home and doing some wacky 3D design stuff? Welcome in, Papa Bear, Ram Online, how's it going? Wizix again, dual stream, dual tab, I should say. Yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. Hey, Built Over Bot, how's it going? He's driving on the snow. Oh, yeah. Tell him to pay attention. We just we got some coffee in. This is one of our new mugs. This is the new channel logo. So we've got merch out there if anybody wants to do a bang merch. We've now got light mode coffee cups in 12, 15, and this is the 20-ounce size. We have dark mode cups. Mine should be in soon, maybe by Monday. And that's same thing, but it's only 12 and 15 ounce. We've got water bottles. So this is dark mode. We got a light mode as well. And we've got a few shirts up there. I should say 1 shirt style, 3 shirt colors on the store right now. I need to go through. I'm waiting for those my first couple of samples to come in to kind of try them out and figure out if the sizing's about right or not. See what the quality's like. The Fourth Wall stores got like a dozen or so different shirts, either long or short sleeve. I have no idea what the quality is, and that's what I'm looking for, is trying to get a couple of different shirts to see what the quality's like. We do have some stickers, so I did order some stickers. Whoops, from these come from Sticker Mule. So, and the only thing I still haven't done yet, I have the digital assets on the streaming computer. I just haven't changed the the stream templates itself yet. So I still have to do that, get that done with. But we're working on the box turtle build. This is the one that we are rebuilding and going to send over to Zombie. Don't worry, he's going to have a couple of things to do, but for the most part, it's going to be mechanically pre-built for him. Try and figure out which one needs to be one. I'm just trying to figure out where the wires go best. They're showing coming across the top here. Come across the top and go there, then I'm right in line, so I'd have to kind of come up here. Gets me trigger is not going to be kind of come down here. Trigger's still not going to be. So I'm going to have an issue with the trigger wires. Trigger wires being those in-stop wires that we just put in. So what I'm probably going to do is just take this, move them all down, and then take this first one here, and I'm going to have to remake that length of cable. Motor wire should be, yeah, motor wire is going to be good. So that's good, but the in-stop for the trigger wires are going to have to be remade. And to reduce the amount that I'm going to have to remake, what I'm going to do is take these off and just shift them one position over. And this last one, I'll pull off and remake the cable length on this one for lane 4. Yeah, and maybe just look at the lengths. Maybe I will go through and make sure that these are all the same or the correct length. And they're relatively, at least these are relatively easy to get on and off because it's a single screw. So I got to get my cable stretchers out. You picked up a mug? Well, thank you there, Zombie. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. And looks like I'm not getting any stream element fourth wall notifications, or at least they're delayed. But thank you, Zombie, for that. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second here. Layers with layers. So stickers are for handing out. So I need to this logo I think is not going to downsize very well, so I may have to look at like taking the background, the dragon background out and just leaving like the shield behind me with me, the printer, and Digital Dragon 3D, or maybe just use the Digital Dragon 3D words. It's just too complicated and too big to size down and make legible on a maker chip, right? So I'm going to have to do something for maker chips for this. I still have the old Digital Dragon 72 design, just the red pixel or like matrix dragon. The stickers, I did an initial order of 300 of these stickers, and I'm going to have these at the shows. And when I sell things and send them out, I will send stickers as well with them. So I'm going to have to probably go through and buy a ton of stickers, and I'll have some of the old and the new as well. So I've looked at, I know I can set stickers up on fourth wall. I want to see what they look like, right? The ones that I'm getting from Sticker Mule, think of them as like show only type things or show or orders. So there will be some stuff that you can get from the merch store. There will be other things that will be exclusive to being at a show, or there may be things that I just open up for. Yeah, I'll talk to Dr. Murray. There may be some things that are only available for subscribers, right? So that's kind of where we're at there. So I pulled the end stops out. I'm going to put this down. We're going to recheck the lengths on those end stops. Looking at the motors, it looks like there's enough room on or length on the motor wires that I can still cut the ferrules off and get those connected. So that's no big deal. And I will say that part of the issue on these is the orientation of that AFC light board. Normally I have it flipped the other way. I'm going to follow the directions. I was hoping I didn't have to measure and cut these. Looks like we're going to need to. So again, what I'm going to do is bring up the wiring here, which is one going to help us wire things in the correct spot, but also give me my wire length. So these are the extruder steppers, indicator LEDs, N20 respoolers, the trigger prep sensors. Yeah, the prep sensors, the trigger sensors are these. And as I go through and redo these, since I'm going to have to pop the ends off of them anyhow, I will put them over on the white ends from that came in the kit. So yeah, this is about 350. So I will cut this down to 335. And this will be lane 3. We'll recrimp this, and that's what we'll do is we'll just remake the lane 4, and we'll just start with lane 3 here. Boom, boom, boom. Light kit here. There we go. That's a little bit better. And once again, there's the 4-pin to create your cable this will be the CAN bus side at the AFC, and then you'll need to do whatever you need to on the printer that you select for that side. Hey Chewy, how's it going? Shenanigans. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're being safe and you've pulled off the road or something. But yeah, I remember Dr. Mercy because he made the box turtle ones, so I'll have to chat with him to get some made. That, and I know Timor, was it Timor? No, Modlight. Modlight 83 reached out to me because I'm gonna leave some 2-pins out as well because we'll need those for the motors. 3-pin, 3-pin, 3-pin. But yeah, I'm gonna go through and have various options. I like fourth wall because people can go and order directly and they ship it, and I don't have to worry about having stock stuff. But having stuff for shows is a little bit different. You're always going to have a need for that stuff, and I'm going to have to look for, do I just use maker chips? Do I do something with an NFC tag in it, like a few people were doing, or do I, how do I do like business cards, that type of thing? So I still have some stuff to think through. Hey, Westry, how's it going, sis? Hope you're doing well. So we had things laid in, and we were starting to do our first wiring for the lane 4, and we realized that I'm just going to take a bunch of these off. I'm going to a bunch of them. We realized that the prep in stops, so the triggers at the where you first put in the filament into the AMS, were too short. So what we're doing is we're shifting left, right? We're doing good DevOps. We're shifting left. So lane 4 is now going to be lane 3, and we just cut the length down and repin it, and then lane 3 will become lane 2 and so forth. And then lane 1, we'll just have to desolder and solder on some new wires to make the right length. You got your own shirt, now waiting on, yeah. So once again, there's the coffee mug. This is the biggest. This is the 20-ounce coffee mug. I need to see, I didn't check. I saw water bottles. I didn't see like tumblers, like a Yeti type tumbler, which is what I'm used to. So I may have to go somewhere else for those as well. So what I always do when I start recrimping, especially in stops, I start with where the plunger is. That is your common or what goes into the ground pin. So I always start there. Just strip off an end, and we'll crimp that one and get it into the connector. And then it becomes easier because the other one's going to be trigger signal pin. So that'll go to the signal. The only time you will need to use the power pin on an end stop is if you're running like an optical sensor or like a Hall effect probe that requires 3.3 or 5 volt. Most of these, most of your standard end stops that we use in 3D printing, though, are 2-wire only. So makes life pretty easy. Normally do the outer 2 pins, one being the ground, and then one being the trigger, which is, I never remember, NC. I can never remember. I just always know it's the 2 outer pins. And the nice thing is your ground is always the middle pin, should always be the middle pin. And power would be on one side and the signal would be on the other. You just have to look at your board pin out to figure out which way it goes. In this case, what I can do, rather than having to look at the board, which only has a silk screen on the back, and even our wiring diagram up here does not necessarily show, like, it's not a pinout diagram, it's a wire go here diagram, which is great if you have all the pre-made cables like you would with the LDO kit. When you're making your wiring harness, slightly different. Which reminds me, Zombie, so if you're at the filling up the water, that means that you've already got your wiring all done up, right? And if so, how was your wiring experience? That looks good. We said this is the 335, so this will be, yep, this is P3, so this will be prep 3. Lots of wires, yeah. The reason I was asking is at this point, you at least now have a, you've got pre-made wires and you've got wire routing guides. So when I did mine, I had to create my own wiring harness, or I would have wound up waiting almost 2 months before the wiring harness came in. And in that time, just building out my own wiring harness and looking at the mapping that Chris had that he sent to Lineo, I found multiple errors in the way that the pinouts were. So, and really it was pinned out as if that it was reading the connector from this way to this way with the locking on the top. And it really should have been pinned out the opposite way. So you had, I had to do some of that. And then the other issue that we had was I had links, which was great. I had no routing information. So I was kind of routing on the fly. And I think it was Steve was the one that tested out the first Lenio harness. And he still found a couple of issues. And there was some routing changes because he also validated the initial routing path and still found some issues in the routing path. But all in all, not bad. I mean, wiring isn't really that bad. I need to be in the mood for it, right? It's just not something that you just go, okay, let's do it. It's got to be done. And you jump on it. you kind of got to be in the mood for it, especially doing a project like that with so many wires. And some of those motors, like I try to use pre-made motor wires because I I couldn't buy enough cable from Chris. I just couldn't. I was having to source from various places. And even now I need like some more black 24 gauge, and none of the triad is listing Lineo straight wire, right? They may have a Lineo wiring kit, right? Like a pre-made 2.4 or something, but they don't have the Lineo like spools of wire, right? And I'm not sure why. I've been doing some searching, and it's like, oh yeah, if you want to buy 1,000-foot roll from DigiKey, or in some cases, I was getting one that looked like it was a 500 case count of wire, but I have no idea like how much wire is on each spool. So it's becoming difficult to find FEP wire. So who knows? Maybe I wind up like, hey, I need to buy this. I buy this big case of wire from DigiKey, and then I'm like, hey, who needs wire? Put wire up for sale. Like there's a part of me, talking with Big Jano, and as he's working through that project to rebrain his Anycubic i3 Mega, like there's a strong part of me that wants to be like, hey dude, where do you live? I want to come up and we'll wire this over a weekend. Right? Like I'll drive up there, we'll wire this. I'll bring my wires, and because after looking through everything, I'm like, okay, I've got it visualized. We'd have to come up with a different solution if you wanted the SD card reader, because we don't have that little daughter board with the right pinout. So we'd have to do like an extension cable. Like there are readers that you can plug into an SD card reader, and then, with a ribbon cable that brings it out to the front. So we can do something like that. Um, the screen is going to be a wash. I don't know if we'd be able to get that screen. Well, I can connect the screen. It's whether or not I can get Clipper to even work with the screen. That'll be the issue. Getting the screen wired up and functioning, I think we can get lights and stuff like that. It's whether or not we can get Clipper to actually present anything on the screen. Oh, but I was going back to the cable. So I wound up buying the pre-made like 6-pin to 4-pin cables. Some of those runs are 3 meters. Go see if you can find a 3-meter motor cable on Amazon. My only option, I found a listing on AliExpress, and I had to do the listing on AliExpress for those. And then lane 2, 235. That's going to be, oh wait, 3, 3, 2. This is lane 1. Okay. Old lane 2, which is going to become 1, 150. So yeah, I wound up having to order that off of Ollie, wait for it to get in, and then um, kind of take it to the right size after getting everything routed, because I just couldn't get enough cable from Chris, because what was happening was Lenio was going through some things, and that's why the wiring harnesses for Black Box was so delayed. Like, there's a part of me that would be like, would I want to go get the dedicated Lenio wiring harness? And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not taking Black Box back apart. But that was a really fun build, and we came up with some really interesting quirks. Like, they had found a container that they were using to provide all of the hardware in. They had to go through and pre-sort all of the fasteners and everything for those kits. And what I found was they were supposed to be M4 slot 8s, and half of my M4 slot 8 um, rolling T-nuts were actually M5. And you buy those by weight, not by quantity. So Chris spent the weekend going through and testing every single one in this huge box. They had like some huge 100+ pound box of them, and they went through over a weekend one by one and found that like half of the box was M4 and half the box was M5, and there's not M5 hardware in the thing. So they had to work with the vendor to get that all sorted. Meanwhile, they sent me some fresh ones. So I've got some M5 slot 8 hardware, which, I've used. I have used. Every once in a while, you get that insulation sheathing that just does not want to. Okay. Um, but yeah, I mean, I actually enjoyed it. I sat here as I was sitting in a couple of meetings that, for the most part, I was in listen mode, and I was sitting here crimping cables, sitting in meetings throughout the day so that we could keep doing build stuff when the build day came around. Um, yeah. Does Chris not have wire right now? So Chris does not have black 24 gauge wire. He's got orange. Like, I don't think he stocks green. I think he stocks orange. So I wind up doing like orange, or what was it? Yeah, orange, red, blue, and black when I'm doing motor cables. Um, because he doesn't stock green or brown. But I'm fine with that. I think that's a good trade-off. This is P1. And dropped on the ground. Okay, so the next one, we're actually going to have to create a new wire, and we'll see if I've got enough black left to do it. If not, we'll have one of these that'll be red. Because that's how much black I have left. And I can't get any. So I was out looking, and like I said, I'm going to wind up having to go to like DigiKey or Mauser or something like that, and they're like wanting you to buy it by the case or like 500 feet. 435. So there you go. Okay. And yeah, now we're very, very short on black 24 gauge wire. Yeah, it just depends on what size that you're looking for as to whether he has it or not. 24 gauge though, doing all of your end stops and stuff like that. You can use, of course, 22 gauge or something higher, but most of the places around here don't stock. Like I don't think any of the Triad, when I say Triad, I mean KB3D, Fabrico, or West 3D. I don't think any of them actually stock um, 22 gauge. I think it's all whatchamacallit, 24 gauge. All right, so that's going to go down there. We are going to need our soldering stuff because we are going to have to solder. We're going to have to desolder and resolder. We'll take the end stop wires off of here. We'll make a new one. Or we could just get really out there and just take this off and wire up a new end stop and hold this end stop for later use. I always do that rather than messing around with desoldering and resoldering and all of that. Because, I mean, these are more pieces for recovery. You know, uh, a fellow may have a few end stops here. Um, I I'm apparently hoarding end stops now. Something about buying a bunch of spare parts for box turtles. This, that, I need that stuff over there. Build new end stop. This. Make this real quick. Down momentarily. Well, that's the problem is, Zombie, is if I'm not seeing any of the Triad having linear wire, just harnesses, I have a feeling that they're still having some issues. And nothing, it's not bad. The issues are there's some stuff going on in his family right now, from my understanding. So that's throwing a wrench in some, right? So at this point, I know Chris was looking to see if he was going to need to find another wire source. And unfortunately, a lot of the companies that are using FEP wire are high tech industries and mil spec. And the last thing you really want to be doing is buying anything that has a mil spec rating, just because they're, how can I put this? They overcharge for mil spec rating, right? They normally have the same wire, the exact same wire, under a different part number that sells cheaper. But if you happen to grab one with an aerospace or mil spec rating, it winds up being more, even though it's the same exact wire because they're just making it in bulk. But if it gets sold at the in the to an aviation shop as aviation rated wire as required by whatchamacallit, the FAA, then it's going for $5 a meter versus 80 cents a meter, which is annoying, but it happens. Now, some of it, is different because I have had, once again, I was building an airplane and there is some wire on there that, yeah, it has very specific tolerances, and I have not found um, those specs. And it's related to a lot of the EMI requirements. Because the last thing you want is interference in your avionics system. That gets very bad. And when you're dealing in a high vibration environment like that, you need very specific wiring and stuff like that. So some of that I can get. Some of it is just, yeah, they're marking it up to mark it up because they can mark it up. You go there. I do need a hint of heat shrink on here. Not dump this entire connectors. But yeah, I think we're going to definitely have to find um, an alternative vendor for some things in this space. Some of that's based on, things going on in the world and in our country right now, but a little loud noise. Um, but a lot of it's just, you know, the way things are. Normal suppliers will have hiccups here and there. I know I've been watching some stuff over with Luke's lab, and he's getting very frustrated with some vendors right now of not being able to um, meet obligations, or you had a manufacturer and that manufacturer got bought out and by a bigger company, and the bigger company does not want to um what was it they did uh they did not want to maintain the existing pricing or agreed upon pricing, so they nullified all contracts and are making everybody go back in and uh get new quotes and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's crazy. Poor Luke. What do you mean, poor Luke? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not always the vendor fault. A vendor that's reliant on material coming from a specific region, all of a sudden you have a change in political climate, and that region is now blacklisted, tariffs or whatever, and all of a sudden that supply chain dries up. So now you're having to go and find alternative vendors. And that's why it's really good to have multiple vendor options in the space. And yeah, no poor me. I mean, it is what it is. I'm just talking about, what it is. There was a time too where um, a lot of vendors and a lot of customers got hosed because of the Canadian Post strike, right? Imagine what would happen if UPS and FedEx went on strike at the same time. You know, so they're like, another Luke in here? I'm confused. Anyhow, oh, Luke's lab. Gotcha. Yeah, that was a mess because especially when you're developing product and all of a sudden your vendor gets pulled out from underneath you. Um, there, I mean, he's talking about actually bringing some manufacturing in house, and that's unfortunately how I don't want to say unfortunately, but that's how a lot of businesses start to expand. Like Prusa, I think, was basically doing the same thing, trying to cut costs. That's why they moved various things. Like that's why one of the reasons why they're building their new buddy boards and the love boards and everything internal now. And I mean, people don't realize how much of a sunk cost it is to bring manufacturing like that in house, right? Because it's not going to be that little pick and part thing that you see somebody uh, display at, Midwest or anything like that. I mean, these are industrial machines with, um, QA built in, laser, this, that, and everything else to validate that parts were done right. I mean, it's kind of crazy. But by bringing stuff in house, you start controlling costs, you start controlling timelines. E4. Okay. But the downside of that is rather than waiting on a finished part, now you're doing the finishing and you're dependent on raw material. So you can still have an issue with raw material as well. So it's just straight up supply chain stuff. And unless you own everything from the source material to the finished part, you're always going to have supply chain issues in getting a product built, and then you become the supply chain on getting it out. Yeah, now that's the one thing. So I was watching, it was a tour of Rat Rig, and it was interesting because they buy all of their extrusion in bulk, right? So all of this 3030 extrusion is made in bulk to their spec. And they they use that for everything. All of their office furniture is made out of their extrusion. All of their like the trolleys and carts that they use for picking orders, it's made out of that extrusion. So they can customize the shelf height, lengths, and everything for all of their stuff. I was like, well, that's pretty cool. And it limits to one specific size. Now you invest in the machine that you can cut, drill, and tap, and you're making all of your parts and you're using that same material to be able to rejigger your factory, right? However you need to. And like you said, yeah, that I think that's pretty smart. It works out very, very well for them. What am I doing here? I need these. Probably going to still need these because we're going to have to trim and do the motors. That's what those are there for. So I think we're ready to bring this back up. We've got all four of our things again, so I'll probably just install these one at a time. Why not? Less wire that I have to keep pushing out of the way. Wire goes up there. The biggest thing I'm trying to do right now is just make sure that I'm not going over or under a wire that will then cause me a routing issue. You want it so it's just triggering. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and join these up. So it's one less thing flopping around in the way. Back over. Okay, so we've got our P4 now. So this is the prep. These are the motor wires. We will cut those off and terminate them once we get them over there. We've got our stepper motor wires, and we've got the stepper motor. So these are the, listed these E, but these actually L. I'll change that again here. So we'll kind of get these lined up, and we're going to route these down along the front. So back like here. So what I'm looking at is there is a hole right here, but if you follow this along, there's a mount point, there's a mount point. So if we're going through this hole, we can't, we'll have to like press all of our wires underneath the extruders. That's bad. So we need to move it up to the next available hole, which is really this line right here, right behind these screws. Might be able to see there's the hole there, there, there. These holes are where you can route your zip ties through. And your option is to either go up along the front edge or bring it back and come down along the back edge. We're going to go along the front edge here. And you're going to just make sure that you've got zip tie put through and that you've got all of the pertinent wires say available. And make sure that they're all in there before you close it up and that you don't have any extraneous wires either. So I want these two coming from that direction. These 4 coming from the motor. These 2 coming from the extrusion or the extruder down here. So those are my 4 sets of wires. You can go ahead and put my zip tie on, and once again it says do not crank down on it just yet. Just kind of get it fairly snug, and we'll bring those 4 down here. Now what I tend to do is, if we've got these labeled, it makes life a lot easier. The red is actually going to be the L, not the P. So let me put an L on here. I like to at least get the first 3 motors in, and then that way I can zip tie all the wires together as I'm going, and I still don't have this huge length of cable here. And because I've got everything pretty much labeled, just let me take this one down. That'll work. I'll go ahead and snip these off and put a connector on here for the N20 motor wires. And that way we can label that one. We can get our 3 kind of joined together down here, get them routed, and then this last one's kind of always a free-for-all hodgepodge. And these are going to get put in to a 2-pin JST. So we'll need to go through and strip and crimp. How's it going, Da Vinci? How is it going? Thanks for the lurk, Zombie. Okay, a couple of pins here. And what I'm going to have to do is try and figure out what the connector order is for this particular 2-pin, like which side's positive, which side's. Crimped. Okay, those 2 are crimped. And did it say there was wiring on the next? Look at that. So we have the stepper motor, the load, the prep, and then the N20 motor. And so positive goes into the right-hand side, negative into the left. And that's kind of looking at it from the top physical locking connector. Your red's on the right, your black's on the left. So that when you plug it in, your red is towards the rest of the big bank of pins, not the edge of the board. And what we'll do is we'll put an N4 for the N20 motor for 4. And I guess we could possibly go ahead and connect these in. Step 4 is going to be all the way over here. And as you can see, that's going to be fun to get that connector in. So we're probably going to take this back off so that we can kind of rotate this over and make it easier to get things connected. Take the foot off. Hey, cruising girl. You need some fun things to waste points. Yeah, that's the other thing I still need to do is like channel redeem point things. We will work on that. I promise you. I need to work on that. Take this side back off. That way we can flip this up. And that'll give us access to put this motor wire in because that's a kind of tight fit to get your wires in there. That'll be there. That's the motor. This is the prep. So prep is the middle column of 3, second up from the bottom. Plug that in there. What else do we have? We'll have the load. So this is the left full, or I guess, yeah, from your view, the left full row here, the third one up. Okay. And then we'll have our N20 motor, and this is lane 4, so it's the one all the way down at the bottom. Go ahead and plug that in. Now we can just kind of set this here for the time being. And like I said, what we'll do is we'll take these wires and we'll combine them with the lane 3 wires as we come across the top here. We'll join these in. And what I can do is do one right here, lane 4, and then we'll add lane 3 in on the left side. Yeah, crap, I missed one. Nope. Runaway wire. We'll do just like that. And then we'll do the next lane. So we need to take our E3 and stop. We'll get that added up here. Making sure that we get it set up to trigger as appropriate. Yeah, that's triggering. We'll have the P3. We will have the motor for N3. Yep, it'll be relatively good there on the length. Go ahead and get these trimmed and connected. Wiring is fun. Remember, crimping ain't easy. One of these days I'll remember to wear that shirt during a wiring stream. Or at least a wiring stream where we're actually having to do our own wiring. So there's Zombie. Anybody seen Liz? I haven't seen Liz this month. Spending all the points. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I need to do something. Probably not going to do an exercise thing because, well, yeah. We'll do hydrate and stuff like that. We can hydrate, we can coffee, we can do a fat pill snack break. So it's been a while since we've had those because I haven't been drinking a lot of coffee lately. I've still been drinking primarily tea. I'm starting to get back into the coffee routine. But we did make the Dunkin' run this morning, which means I do have some munchkins, aka donut holes, right off the side over there. We'll probably have to do a counter for how many times I drop things on stream as well. That we will have to do. Okay, and once again, goes in that way. So on the right, black on the left. And this becomes N3. Find having a standard and a fine tip Sharpie is always good. I do have a label maker. I just tend to apparently forget to use my label maker, partly because it's, how can I put this? Pain in the ass? Not really a pain in the ass. It's just you got to set it up. You got to get it out. The battery always dies between streams, so then I have to, plug it in, and either I do it off stream and I get everything pre-done before stream, or I'm not going to do it while we're streaming because it's a heat shrink label maker for labeling your wires. And I got it when I was working on the plane build. So, and the plane build is not going to progress. I am going to put that up for sale. Needs some dragons and fire overlays. So we do have some overlays. Though I do need I need to do some things that pop up on the screen and that type of thing. Okay, so these are the preps are the front, loads are the ones off of the, oops. Prep is the front, load is the extruders. Yes, these are L3. So we have P3, N3, which is the respooler motor. M3 is the extruder, and then this will be L3 for the load. So there we go. Uh-oh. Thanks for the lurk, sis. Thanks for the lurk. Is one that should be up there that's just bending differently. There we go. Okay. There's the previous bundle. Now we're going to have our 2 wires coming from up here at the top. Adding into that bundle. We'll have the 4 wires coming from our motor, adding to that bundle. And we'll have the 2 wires coming from the extruder sensor. That joins our bundle. We will put a zip tie in this. Go. Make sure our wires kind of coming straight down for the 2 and then coming up and just routing nicely, not being all kinked and janked and everything. We'll pull this back and we'll be looking for our new wires. So this is N3. We'll go right above N4. Third spooler, pick the third spooler, route wires, that in, more wire, up, route them that way. Yes, so what do we got? We've got P3, so prep 3 is the middle row of connectors out of this block, and it goes right above 4. So funny how we're going to just make those lines. The next one here we've got is L3 or load 3, which is going to go right above L4. Like that. We got N3, we got L3, we got that. The only other thing we need is the motor wire, which will come down here, and we mark that as M3. And we got that plugged in. So now, once again, we'll be able to take our wires and zip tie them on the right side of lane 2. Yay, everything's looking nice there. We'll kind of lay that off to the side to keep everything stretched and out of the way now, because that makes a lot of sense. Here's our N20 motor. We're going to need to do connectors on this. This is the one that we do this. Why is the connectors not on? This is the one we had to redo because I broke the wire when I was cutting the zip tie off when we took the motor apart. That's why this is bare wire. Okay. We'll get this connector going, and this will be, once again, the N for the N motor, 2. Do that. Okay, and once again, looking like this. Red motor's on the right, black's on left. This is N3 or N2 actually. We're on lane 2, so this would be N2. We've got our end stop trigger here, P2. Go ahead and install this. Okay, that's working good. So we've got P2. P2 is going to come here and go above P3, which would be the third one down in our middle row of pins. Bringing the hub in there as well. Great. There's P2. The hub is going to come up and come over. We can get that added in. Hub goes all the way at the top in the middle. Let me put hub on this. And we're going to need to cut this one back off to add the hub in there. So we got manual. Follow the manual. We should look at the manual, not try to keep going and acting like we've built 5 or 6 of these by now. That way we can get everything nice and done up where it should be. So we've got the C2N. We've got N2 here. We're going to bring that in and get that plugged in. Just kind of going right above the last connector for all of these. Now I'm going to leave the hub just dangling over here for the time being because it'll make it harder to get the lane 1 stuff in. We're going to grab lane 2, which will be our next longest set of wires. Set that there. We'll grab a couple of our M3x8s. The biggest thing is just make sure you're not getting any of your wires caught underneath as you're throwing these down. Hey, Yasmin's Pizza, how's it going? Thank you for the 1 cheered bits. Hope you are doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, wiring is fun. It really can be fun. It's kind of like a good little Zen thing. And for me, it forces me to slow down some, right? All too often, I'm just trying to bang through things, but wiring does force me to slow down and take my time. That's M2, which we'll bring over here to the second motor. That plugged in. We're going to leave the hub out there for now. This is the load. So this is going to be these instructions are really good. Making sure you get everything routed nice and cleanly. Yeah, this is going to be load 2, so L2. So Yasmin's Pizza, are you a 3D printer? Have you ever 3D printed? Are you interested in 3D printing? What brings you to our channel and our community? Now, the only thing that I will have here is I would like to see 1, 2, 3, 4 for the motors, and for each of these. So our loads would start right next to the motors and go 1, 2, 3, or let me rephrase that. So motors here. What I would really like to see, let me come back here to the main one. Right? So this would be kind of an upside down view. But you've got your N20, so lane 4, 3, 2, 1. Then you'll see your turtleneck stuff here, and then you go 4, 3, 2, 1. Hub, and then the prep. What I would like to see in future going forward, and it's kind of the cat's out of the bag because the pre-configs are already there. I would like to see 4, 3, 2, 1 load 4, 3, 2, 1. Then the turtleneck travel in advance. Prep 4, 3, 2, 1. Then the hub, have the blank space here. So that way, everything for lane 4 is in one straight line. Everything for lane 3, one straight line. Everything for lane 2, straight line. Lane 1, straight line. Your 2 turtlenecks, your hub, and then that way the same thing is, with your LED lights and stuff, you can line those up as well. I just think that would be a cleaner presentation all around and make the wiring that next level of clean, right? So we get this brought up, this brought up. These two are going to get kind of brought down. These are those 4. We'll have our hub wire, which I'm actually going to run kind of underneath between those. Around these 2. There we go. We'll go that way. Kind of joining in with the 4 motor wires. 4 motor wires in the hub. And we'll have this one coming up. That's the bada bing, bada boom from there. These 2 are coming down. So, and then they're joining with the mass from before. Hey, Free Heathen, how's it going, sir? Hope you are doing well. We're in, we'll say, final throes here of turtleneck, or not turtleneck, but box turtle wiring. Just trying to get everything neat and kept neat as much as we possibly can. Okay, so we've got everything laid in here up to lane 1. So we've got the motor wires here that we'll need to clip and re-terminate. We'll have we got motor wires we need to clip and re-terminate. We'll need to install our end stop. I will probably go ahead and connect those up first because once you add this last motor in here, everything gets really tight. So Free Heathen, hope you're doing well. Once again, Free Heathen, I know you like to hear me talk about my prototyping skills and my troubleshooting skills. So we've had to do that a little bit here. Basically what we're doing is taking a box turtle that I had built in the beta test program and reconfiguring it to the latest and greatest spec before shipping it off to a fellow creator. So fun stuff there. And you saw the merch from the last stream, right, Free Heathen? The new coffee mugs. This is light mode. I haven't got my dark mode one yet. There's 3 sizes in the white, 12, 15, and 20. This is the 20 ounce. And then the black is, or the dark mode is 12 and 15. I think it's 15. It might be 16. And then we've got a light and dark mode water bottle. I only bought the dark mode, I think. I don't think I got a light mode one. Probably have to change that. Make Mrs. Dragon pick which one she wants. And then We've also got some shirts on order. They're available for sale if you want to be, I'll say, a beta tester of the shirt. It's a heavier weight t-shirt. So I haven't got mine in yet to figure out what it feels like and stuff. We got some stickers that will be only available at shows and sent out on orders that I ship out from here. I'll have to try and get some stickers up on Fourth Wall. But the plan will be there will be some merch or some items that are only available at shows or to my channel followers, just to give them an added little perk of having some things that not everybody will have access to. When you get in the you make me pull this turtle over. All right, this is an N motor on lane 1, so this would be N1. N1. This is P1. Good. We did label that beforehand, so that's good. Go ahead and install this. Being a pain. As I'm installing this, I get really quiet. What I'm trying to do is listen for the click, so I can try and get these in the right position from the get-go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and zip tie this here, and I don't think I'm going to zip tie anything from motor 1. Just because, one, it'll make it easier to get it out if I need to do any maintenance on this stuff, because I should be able to pull the motor 1 cables out and take the extruder 1 out, which gives me access to everything else over here without having to start taking extrusions off and feed off and all of that good stuff. All those are good. So once again, this is P1. So this goes at the second one down from the middle. We'll have the hub, which we can now put right over the top of P1. Work with me. We'll have our N1 motor cable that we can bring over here and plug in to the top of that. We'll have our lighting, and this looks like it should be able to be trimmed down some. This is the light box LED. So it is, you'll have the fan connector, which is a single 2-pin, and it's the first connector in that next row. And I'm going to validate real fast. Black, signal, red. Yes, that is in the right, quote unquote, firing order. I'll have that stuff there. Maybe we'll have to put a zip tie over there. And then we're going to have the last lane, which will be our shortest set of wires for everything. Let's go ahead while we have a little bit more room here, and we'll put in M1 for motor 1. And this will be the load sensor, so this would be L1. Writing it directly on the connector makes it a little bit easier. And before we go and secure this down, I will go ahead and plug these in. And I'm looking at the motor wires here may be a little bit longer than they need to be. Partially why we're seeing some extra bulk over here. Once again, the motor wires and most of these other wires were the way they were originally when I did the build, which once again, the board would have been flipped 180 degrees. So, and these parts have changed size a little bit as well, which will change the wire length slightly. But we'll get it figured out. The ability to angle motor 1 at a minimum helps tremendously in giving you some ability to get in here and mess with some wires without getting a whole bunch of mess stuff going on there. Pop this one back out. Route that a different way. And I'm going to try and get one more zip tie down in here. That out. Kind of lay things down in the way that they would normally be going. Tie this up. We will go ahead and grab the light cable as well. Have to make sure that we've got some good slack there so that we can get around our other wires there. There. And like I said, this light wire might be a little bit longer than it needs to be, so I'll probably trim this back some and make it a little bit shorter. I think that'll work. All right there. A little bit less to make our life easier. We don't have as many wires or as much wire bundle stuff over here. Where the hell? Somehow I took a 2-wire fan that is normally a 2-wire connection and put a 3-wire connection on it for some idiotic reason. So now I can pull that, depin it and do it with a 2-pin connection. And so how's your day going, Pre-Heathen? Staying out of trouble? Yep, yep, yep. Hey, trust me, I've gone through and I'll say that my wiring gets tidier and tidier normally on most of my builds. Like things like the Ender XY was a mess for the longest time because I just wanted to see it work and make sure it worked before I tidied things up. And even now, I mean, there's still some more tidying that we can do. But for the most part, it is where it's going to be. Um, I need to redo the thermistor on that still, which will be done later. I'll just add it to the project list because I really want, I didn't expect to go through that many streams trying to get that to where it's at. So I do need to move on from it at this particular stage so that we can work on turning the rat rig into an IDEX, because I think people are interested in that. I think. I don't know. Maybe. And then we're also going to have another new printer that shows up Monday, Tuesday, one of those days. We're seeing me and Timor are in a race to see which one of us gets it first. But it's going to be the Anycubic Cobra S1 combo. So we'll have the Ace unit, which is their version of an AMS, box turtle, what have you. Dang it. I did what I didn't want to do. Signal is in the middle and signal is blue. And I say I did what I didn't want to do because now I've got to look at the wiring to figure out and make sure I wire this in the right direction. Where if I had not depinned that cable fully, I would have been able to say, okay, we'll put the red one here, we'll put the black one there. Do the hokey pokey, turn it all around. All about. Okay, so the black or red into said cable. Red goes towards all the other. Black go in the open. Cool. Yeah, I want it to work and I can pretty it up later. The cable troughs really make cabling a lot easier because you can shove all the extra cable down in there and hide it. So you do have to be careful. If it gets too jumbled in there, it becomes a nightmare, especially if you have to do any maintenance. Okay. But I am finding that, like I said, wiring can be fun. It can be enjoyable. Um, that's the only light. It'll be easy to. We need to depin this and put it on a 2-pin connector. Like I said, I had to have taken this off of a 2-pin connector because fans don't normally come on a 3-pin connector. So this is a self-inflicted. Oh, you know what? Maybe I didn't because this would have been plugged into the MMB. Maybe it had a 3-pin on the MMB based on where I was plugging it in at. That would be why it has 3 pins on it, or a 3-pin connector. See, I didn't do anything wrong. Oh, grab a 2-pin connector out of here. Oh, thanks. Yeah, people are definitely coming around to IDEX and multi-tool, that's for sure. I need to, somewhere down the road, I'm probably going to do a tool changer, either a boron or a tap, like a boron, a tap changer, still changer, whatever that is. Fan connector goes in that way. Black goes towards the rest of the connector. Okay. Black here. And being as the fan is the only 2-pin connector, I'm just going to say I don't need to label that one. I think we'll be good. We'll need to put our skirt in, push our wiring around, and bring this down. Oof. Like push, push, prod, push, push, prod. There we go. There. We're lining up, but the wire cannot go under. It needs to go in front of, because if it's going under the connectors, there's no room there. It needs to go in front of. So I might have to undo that last zip tie there because it's going to literally be physically in the way and holding the wires in a position where they will not, where they'll be in the way. So we try and cut this out gently so I don't cut a wire. Bad thing to do at this point. Now we may still zip tie these wires. We're just not going to zip tie it to the base because that's going to be the issue, zip tying it to the base. We'll see. best to weasel squirt this. Don't judge me on that wiring because that's just the nature of this beast. Get this in, then I'll try and figure out a couple of zip ties to make that look a little less ugly. Of course, this would be why there would be a deck panel on the bottom, because then ugly wires go bye-bye. Covered up, never see them. Okay. That's there. We can cut the excess off of these zip ties and cut the zip tie, not the wire. Always going to be the mantra here. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna get like that. We need our four front ETFE tubes. There. Pressed firmly in. Slight bend. There. Fully in. ETFE tube down. ETFE tube there. Kind of flip this up on its side and show you what I'm doing here. So taking a PTFE tube, this is a measured length. So you got a cutter, so measure that length. I'm plugging it in to the inlet here, and then doing as small a bend as possible to get it to line up, and then make sure to pull it in. You want to make sure it's in both ends, fully seated. And there's your first path. And these are 3mm tubes. Okay, let's go back over the general assembly instructions. Holder 1, trigger retainer, wiring things through. 20 lane 1, load, prep, hub has already been installed, lane 1 stepper. The TN, we need the advanced and the travel. I can never remember which of these is which. I say that because I screw them up all the time. So when you see your connection like this, the arrow's going this way. This is going to be your inlet. This is the fixed point. This is the side that's going to push out or pull in as it's doing the load and then the unload sequence. So this is the buffer amount that you're getting when you're doing your when you're doing your there are zip ties here so that you can zip tie these wires down and give yourself a little bit of on stream again, strain relief on your wires. So we will go ahead and do that. Just got to try and figure out. We go back to the turtleneck assembly. Does it say which one is what? It does not. Does it say here? Shown is a connection made for the turtleneck buffer to match the AOC clipper add-on default config. Wires for the buffer may be passed through the lower hole in the right rear skirt. Confused which plug is which? Here is a document to help understand the buffer and its features. Hey, there we go. Which is which? I don't know. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So this is a very basic buffer. The belay, which was what was the buffering system used with the trad rack. So once again, I'm just building in a little bit of strain relief there so that these wires will not get tugged on. So we just do a little loop. Do the same thing here where I've got a little loop for this one as well. And we'll bring these connectors in and around. Come on. Come on, work with me. It's, trying to push this real small, thin zip tie through is just the pain in the butt because you're not able to get the force behind it. Um, have to run it the other way, I guess. Same thing. Same thing, except I put it in the wrong directions. Once again, we're just going to set that up with just a tiny little bit of loop so that the wires aren't pulled taut or constrained any. Snip these off gently to make sure we don't get a wire in the process. And then there we go. We've got our two loop. So this gives you a pretty decent amount of travel. I think it's like 25, 30 millimeters. The belay, which I threw away, is very similar, except it's one end stop and its travel movement is like very small, right? Same similar concept. But since this has two, it can start it when this is triggered and it'll let it start pulling out. And as soon as this side's triggered, which is right there, so there's still a tad bit of gap, there's a couple millimeters, it will stop um, the farm motor, or it'll let the farm motor know that it's pulling too hard and it's going to bind and start dragging and chewing on filament. So good little setup there. We did just open that document up. So you've got the turtleneck 2, which has even more smarts to it. And it actually uses Hall effect sensors uh, with magnets, and it's got a separate MCU, so you're running a USB cable to it and power and the whole 9 yards. The turtleneck 1. So the trailing would be this one, and this would be the advanced. So this is my trail. So TRL, ADV, TRL, and ADV. So this will be TRL. And the advanced is the side that pushes out. So this would be ADV. And we're going to take these 2 wires and route them through what's going to be the lower hole here. Get those routed through. This will be the same place that the CAN bus cable will go through. Okay. And advance is going to be and I will say this is why I would have preferred to have all of the lane ones all the way down, and then trail and advance would be right up here, because now they're lower down here, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get back into them without taking this board back out, or it's going to at least be easier to take that board back out. And basically what I'm saying from a concept here is they've offset like the hub, the prep, the load, and the lane motors. And it would be really good if a future iteration of this, for the config and the wiring guide and everything, had I have a clean. Yeah. So this is lane 4. So rather than have travel, advance, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4 here for the loads, and then the preps being 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the hub or whatever. Here's lane. Yeah, that's motor 4. So the N20 respooler motor 4. The load, which is the triggers for loading, excuse me, so the prep. Then the load, which would be the extruder end stop and motor, or the extruder motor. Then lane 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. Then you could have your hub here, have your turtleneck here. That leaves this one available, which is going to be here at the top. It'll be the easiest thing to get to without having to dig around in here before you have to put stuff in, and just saying. So advance is going to sneak through here and go in there, which means it's the order of operations wise, it's going to be easier to disconnect some things to plug this in now. Well, okay, managed to get that in. So that was advanced, and then trail goes in the very bottom one there. So okay, now we get to try and shove wires down and around in here again without, so we can't have the wires underneath the board or the board won't fit in. We're kind of mashing them between the heat sinks and this first extruder. And like I said, in most all my other builds, I've got the board rotate 180 degrees, which puts your heat sinks up here, which is out of the way for the most part. But the fan's right here, so it's sort of blowing at the heat sinks, but now you've got all these wires shoved over the top of the heat sinks. But it does give you access to your CAN bus connector up there. So it's trade-offs. 2.5. What do I do with the 3mm driver? Trade-offs. And honestly, with the way this is being done, it would almost be better if we could mount this right here. And I know some people had done that in the past, but rather than mount it on the side there, if it fits, mount it right here. That way the hub will just go, boop, be real short. And we can bring these down over, right? And we'd have a lot more access. Yes, we would have PTFE tube here, but I think we'd still have access to do it. I might look into that for another build down the way. Right, so we need to stand this up and put the feet on. We got to put our little M5 nuts in there. Our 3mm, we'll do our feet. We can go and put our corner brackets on. And I think at that point, we're pretty much done and ready. It'd be time for doing the CAN bus cable, which I'm going to let Zombie do his own CAN bus cable. Because, well, he can do it. So there's two things that you can do. You can configure your CAN bus cable. And does it talk about the CAN bus cable? Indicate, okay, the LED, the RGB LEDs for the front spoolers. Shove the board down and put that in place. Okay, once again, this is setting up the Bowden tubes. Let's go ahead and do the other Bowden tubes, which the other Bowden tube. So we'll have some long ones. These are going to come from here. Now, these came off one where these were straight. So I'll probably have some excess space here. Just make sure they're fully seated and both sides like that. Once again, this is 3 millimeter. Actually, this looks like 2.5 millimeter. I had some 2.5 millimeter. Gonna be short. So these need to be recut because they're going to be short. This one should be fine. So here's the thing. This is, I said 3 millimeter. Or what is it saying here? There are two different internal diameters. 3 millimeter inside Bowden must be used pre-extruder. So that's the stuff up here. Now here's an issue that, okay. It's calling for 3 millimeter Bowden tube up here. Here's the issue I have. You've got to be very careful when doing 3 millimeter tube here, because getting it in one side and then trying to bend it over to get it into the other side and having the tube long enough that it fully goes in and seats in the connector, you can bend it and get a kink in here. So when you go to bend this, you might want to put a small piece or length of filament through the respooler here and have it in this tube as you're going to do that bend. It may help you prevent from kinking a 3 millimeter tube. I've actually got some 2.5 millimeter inside diameter tube. And that's what I'm using on these builds. So even here, because it's going to be a little bit less constrictive than a 2 millimeter tube. The reason these are short is because we went from a longer extruder to a shorter extruder body. So that's why these two are short. These two are still working because rather than being a straight extruder, it's kicked at an angle. So that helps make up that gap. That's why these two work and these two are short. So I need to cut these two. Once again with some 2.5 millimeter tube. Do I have some 2.5 millimeter tube already open, or do I have to free? I bet this one. Okay. Find 2.5 millimeter tube. Looks like 2.5 millimeter tubing. Also looks like it's cut at certain lengths. It might look like a replacement kit for a Bamboo Lab printer. Oh, that's what I'm. Oh, crud. A darn good thing that my knees cracking and grinding does not come over the speakers. Double the ID. Yep. Many methods. 6 millimeter. Spinning a hobby knife. Using a deburr tool. Blah blah blah. 480 millimeter 3 inside diameter. Those are these 4 front ones here. The 171 are the long backs. The 101 will be for the middle there. Hey, Pez Liz, how are you doing? Yeah, we're almost done. We've got our turtleneck installed. We've got all the wiring done here. I need to add these PTFE tubes, and I think that's about it, because I'm not going to build the CAN bus cable. I'm just going to send him a CAN bus cable, and he'll have to. So for whatever reason, I've got a spare one with this is the Big Tree Tech, 2+2, so XT30 2+2. This doesn't work on the AFC light board, so I'll have to cut the end off and terminate it. The AFC light kit does come with the Microfit 3 4-pin connector and some pins. So he can do this end right here. And then the other end, he can terminate however he needs to. And this is like a cable that'll work with a 350. So it's plenty long enough. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm looking for a measuring device. I need a couple of 101 millimeter long pieces. And they do have, there is a piece. Oh, here we go. There is a piece here that you can use for cutting. There's an 80 and a 50. I don't know. Okay, 101. I'm going to use this, get myself a good, that side's a good cut. That's a good cut side. I need to find, these are 101. Hopefully this is long enough. Oh. And yeah, Liz, this is, I have no problem. Some people were being like, giving me some grief as why I'm building it for Zombie, that he should be building his own, which don't get me wrong. I get it. He builds stuff. He should be able to build his own. It's not that he can't build its own. It's he's like me and so many others. He's just busy. He's got so much going on. And so I decided to give him a helping hand. Because that's what we do in the community sometimes, is give people a helping hand. Okay. Be roughly two of the same size here. And actually, as I was cutting that, I realized that that is probably closer to a 3 mil inside diameter. And that's 2.5. We'll be good. We will run it through the Capricorn little stabby, pokey, whirly thing. Clean up the inside edges a little bit, add a little tiny bit of a taper. And fully insert on one side and work it around to get it in the other side. Make sure it's fully inserted in both sides. And once again, take your time and make sure you do not get a kink in it. You may be like, oh, I got the kink out. That kink will become a stress riser point later on as you're having multiple filament changes going through it. So yeah, do yourself a favor. If you kink it, replace it. Take your time, work it. You'll get it. You'll feel it go in. We've got our four front ones, 4 rear ones. They're all coming to the single outlet in the back here. We will have small links at the top here that get pressed directly in at the top here. I'm not going to put these on. I'm going to just put these in a baggie for Zombie, because these will come out and, or not come out, but they'll get all beat up if you try and box this up and ship it. So I will add these actually in here with the, whatchamacallit, with the connectors. Give them the rest of the JSTs like so. Really? So that'll get added. I will put these in a bag as well because they're probably not going to stay in here. These are your rear spool rollers. And depending on the size of spool, like if you're doing a sample spool, you would put it at the front and you can move it back and forth. The big thing is making sure that when your spool sits on here, that it's not touching and dragging along the bottom of the tray, because that will cause you issues. One, it'll wind up cutting your tray, but two, it will just cause unnecessary drag that doesn't need to be there. Hey, Retro, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. I'm doing good. Like I said, I'm feeling better every day. We went and did, Evil Diesel and I went and did Dungeons and Dragons last night, which is always loads of fun. I'm going to take some of this tubing and put it back in here. And like I said, I've got plenty of tubing. So we've got 3mm, 3mm. So we've got 3 packs of 25 feet of 3mm inside diameter. Allen Tech off of Amazon. We got a bunch of Capricorn. This is the translucent orange. This is the, I think this is, where's one of the ends on? 3mm reverse Bowden tube. This is 2mm translucent orange, or 2 meters of translucent orange. This is standard 2mm Bowden tube, or 2mm inside diameter Bowden tube. I got a bunch of just spare excess. This looks like tight tolerance 2mm standard Bowden tube. And then I've got this, which is just screaming to me that this is the 2 sets of spare Bowden tube that came with the AMS units for the X1C. I've got various other pieces just laying down here that obviously came out of printers with the, you know, built-in routing of it. Let's see, I'm sure I can come up with a bag that I can run some of this other stuff in. I get so many different bags. Eventually I start tossing them away. But yeah. The stream has gotten weird. Yeah, talking about the lengths of my tubing and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so chances are these are not going to stay in here. So those are going to just go in a bag. Bearings are going to keep popping off of them. Sorry, they'll work plenty fine once you get them in there. The spare fasteners and our tops. Normally I'll just take this, lay it up there. When you wrap things up, it'll be fine. This will get laid up in here as well. Corners. Still need to add our corner pieces on. So that goes there. This stuff goes over here. That's going to go there. This gets put up before I knock it over and make a mess. The 8, so where's the row? That's going to be dangerous. Somewhere I have another. Oh, there it is. You leave enough of these around and you lose sight of them. Next thing you know, you're going to be digging through the carpet trying to find all of them again. Called, you're going to knock it off and have to go dig around and root around for it. So the other thing that we need to do is add in our corner plates. Now our corner plates have, once again, a keyed feature in them that locks into the top corner up here. We're going to take an M3x8 through this bottom corner and into a heat press insert, and we've got these line up tags as well, or slots, that will line that up. And I just put the M3x8s up that I'm going to need. Makes sense. So we'll just line those up, run M3x8 through them. Done. Simple and easy. So if you ever need to take these corners off, all you have to do is take this one screw out here that we just put in. The top piece comes off. Then that gives you access to, so here, we'll do this. We'll take this off. That comes off. Now you have access to that M5 nut. So use your 3mm, undo this, pull your M5 nut out so it doesn't go flying around and then you lose it. And this stays as one whole piece. So that's it. 2 screws and you're done. Really nice design. And if you've got your LEDs in the corners and stuff, then you'll have a little bit more because you'll have wiring and stuff. I've never done the LEDs in the corner on any of my builds yet. Quite honestly, I would be more apt, because I do the see-through grid like this, I'd be more apt to add some type of underlighting than running lights in the corners, but that's me. I'd rather do like the lowrider underlighting than do the lighting in the corners. And there is a design for the front to have a turtle in the front of the machine that you can have light up and do the argabas. That I would probably consider doing. But hey, Joe Mike Makes, welcome in. Hey, Gianna, welcome in. You actually just sold your P1P to make room for another printer. Okay. Well, so here's what we got going on now. Right now in the Dragon Den, we've got the 2 X1Cs. These are used to print all kinds of stuff. Primarily the one over here that we did all the main upgrades to is higher temp engineering materials. This is primarily all PLA, PETG stuff. It'll do whatever it needs to. It's just this is primarily engineering type materials, and because we have the chamber heater and stuff in it, and this is the lower end. We got the LH Stinger still up here. This may come down and go somewhere because next week, because there's going to be a different printer that's here that's similar in size to that and this. This is the K1C. I may be looking at getting the kit that will allow me to put a CFS on this. We'll see, because there is a refit kit for the K1 series to work with the Creality CFS system. What I need to do is see if I can use the Creality CFS system with Orca Slicer, or if I get forced to use their setup. Okay, their Creality print. Then we've got the 2.4 and the Trident. The Trident will never ever go anywhere. This is the 2.4 Fey Dragon that was built with the parts that I won at Rocky Mountain 2 years ago. And then down at the bottom, I'm going to have to move the camera. Bear with me. Down at the bottom, we've got the K3 over here in the back corner. We've got the VZBot 235. These work great. They just haven't been printing in a while just because it's too hard for me to get back in this corner. I need to move them out. We've got the Prusa Mark IV with the MMU3 and buffer setup and rep box. So it's coming out of the rep box into the buffer, out of the buffer into the Mark IV. If I get a Core 1, it's going to go over here and I have to figure out something for the buffer. Then next to the Prusa, we've got the Ender XY, which I will work on the thermistor and try and get that hot end going again. If it doesn't go, I may just take that hot end off and do a completely different hot end that I have seen that I also have a liking for. And then we've got the TiVo Tarantula over here that we need to do something with. This is the printer that got me all started. We've got the Death Dragon sitting over on the floor right now that I need to get somewhere to actually start running. Unfortunately, I cannot do anything with Death Dragon just yet because Death Dragon was built under a closed beta. It's the full frame build of a 0G Mercury 1, and it's still in beta. It's still in a closed beta, so I can't sell it or do anything with it. I do have some printers downstairs that will make the trip to the show circuit this year. And the whole intent behind them is they make the trip and they don't come back with me. So, yeah, because we need to make some room. And the reason the LH Stinger may go somewhere else, I'm not going to get rid of it, but it may go somewhere else because the Anycubic Cobra S1 with Ace is coming. And that's going to be on the bench. But once we move it off the bench, it's probably going to go right here. And once again, we continue to... At that point, everything on the top row is going to have a 4-set multicolor setup that we can continue to test and evaluate between all of them. Okay. And then, of course, the Rat Rig VCore 4 over here, we're going to be doing an IDEX upgrade on next. That's what's coming. And then next to that, of course, is Black Box, which is sitting on the Black Stack, which still hasn't been released yet, which is got our e-dryer in now. I need to print a couple of, I'll say, stops just to kind of wedge it in front to back. Easy enough to remove. It's all 2020 extrusion, right? So I want to do I'll say like a kick plate in the front to hold it in place. I need to make sure that the door opens fully here. If not, then I might have to have it sit a little bit proud. But yeah, this is Tiamat. We're going to be using this, but when we go to do the IDEX upgrade on this, the nice thing is this is a rolling cart. I just roll it out here out of the way so I can walk all the way around this. This is a 2-person lift. I'm not moving this around. we're going to set up a camera here and work around the printer. So yeah, that's just some of the stuff that's going to be coming here shortly. Um, let's see, what do we got? So yeah, I'm gonna be selling some of my printers. Um, like I said, I've done a ton of builds, and there's some printers that I just cannot part with, like the black box. This is the first black box built from a kit, outside of the one that um, Chris did when he basically baited the kit. I've got the first live beta kit, right? I can't get rid of the Trident because it's got my custom panels on it and everything, and it means that much to me, right? The V-Core, I don't plan on getting rid of that. In fact, I might be getting a larger one of these for some stuff. But regardless, here we go. Here is now our box turtle. It is, I'm going to say, complete. We've got our turtleneck buffer system in it. Now, the way this works, you'll have a tube that comes out of your hub here. And what I've done on mine is short tube between here and here, and it just kind of dangles. Then I come out of here with a longer kind of loop that goes into the back of my Trident or 2.4, and that's a straight shot to the tool head, right? So that's kind of how I do mine. There is some mounts out here. You can either VHB tape this, say, directly to the back of your printer, so kind of have it VHB taped, something like that. So you've got a loop down and then your buffer down into your printer. It's all, mounting this is all dependent on what you're mounting it on. Okay. But we've got in the bag here, we've got the rollers for the rear side. We've got our little PTF inlet stacks that just get press fit down in the top of these. We've got all 4 of our lanes, PTFE tube from the front to the back into the hub. We've got all of our wiring done. We've got our 4 lights set up. All that's needing to be done now is creating the CAN bus cable that would go right here, routed through. You'd route your cable through here and plug it in, and it's set to go if you're going to run it CAN bus. If you want to run it USB, you're going to have to reflash the board. So nicely enough, you take this and flip it over to 5 volts. So flip the switch closer to the USB port, plug in a USB 3, and you can flash this. There's the reset buttons over here and stuff. So you can flash the board, hopefully without having to take it out. You would reflash the board to enable USB-C or USB. You would flip this switch back. You would connect USB, and you would still have to connect power, so your 24 volt into the 4-pin inlet here, and draw a 24 volt source from, right? What I normally do is run these CAN bus, and as you've seen, I create a pigtail with a 4-pin connector here. This is a Microfit 3 4-pin connector. And this is in the skirt on the left side of my printer. Left side of the box, of the turtle box, down to the left side of the printer. So then I only have to go from my CAN source, whether that's a 2-pin on my MCU and power being pulled directly off of the power supply, or a 4-pin out of a UTC to CAN board, or however you set yours up, right, to a 4-pin connector on the skirt of your printer, in my case, my Borons, and then That way, a single connection disconnect from the skirt, disconnect the buffer from the printer itself. This comes off, set that on top, and I can move this separate from the printer, which makes it a lot easier to transport to shows and stuff. So like right now, once again, I can hack this up, put this in here, pat it around, box it up, and this gets shipped to Zombie, who will have to do the last 5%, which is create his CAN bus and get the software and everything configured. Right. So once again, here's the Bowden tube. Says you use a 2.5 millimeter inside diameter for that one. 2 or 2.5, I guess. Or wait. Okay, so it's calling for a 2 millimeter inside diameter between the hub and the turtleneck. Then from the turtleneck to the printer, it would be 2.5, what it's calling for. So when you are doing this though, the buffer side, so in this case, the red piece, that tube has to go all the way through it when you do it. And then you do need to put your clip locks on it to keep that tube from moving around in there. We get caught up on chat. Yeah, we have, so Mrs. Dragon and I have talked about once I sell the plane project and get that stuff out of the garage, potentially opening up 2 walls and there's an option. I can either foam insulate the 2 exterior walls, so there's that option, or open up the walls, possibly just the lower half of them all the way around, and running additional power and insulating them and making a space in the, an insulated space in the garage that I can then make a warm and cool space. Which will give me another room. So this may become a build area, and then a lot of the printers would go down into the garage and be used as, we'll say, a dirty space, or running the printers to do print jobs. I could have one or both mills out there as well, because I will be doing the Casa enclosure for the Milo once that first batch comes out. And then there is going to be an enclosure. I don't think they've released it yet. I think they've teased the images, but it hasn't been released yet for the rat rig. But yeah, Techno Slide. Technically, this is my 6th or 7th build. But once again, we took one apart and updated the parts to the latest spec. Switched from a MMB and MOSFET setup, which does work. But we switched from this to an AFC light board, which is the purpose-built board for the box turtle. Is the bottom open for troubleshooting? Yes. There is I don't know if the box turtle kits are coming with the deck panel. If anybody that's building a box turtle can confirm whether there is a deck panel in there. If not, there is a DXF file that you can have one cut and it would have circles to be able to adjust, get in here and adjust your extruder tensions without having to take the bottom panel off. But here's where your controller is. Your USB and your CAN bus cable are right here. If you're going to do USB, you're going to have a cutout here to run a USB cable down and probably use a 90-degree USB-C cable. If you're running CAN bus, that cable is going to come through this little opening in the back, come right down and plug in. But yeah, this is ready to go to Zombie. You'll have to go through the last stage of doing the PTFE tubes for the turtleneck. These are already built. They're in the bag because they're not going to stay in here reliably. Panic? What? Before installing the final trim on the box turtle, now's a good time to connect it and make sure it functions. Yeah, that makes sense. Here's adding the corners. Once again, adding the feet. And you're finished. And I think this is up on the feet. Do I have another set? I do not have another set printed out. Okay. So there are, like if you're putting this on a 300 size boron, there are little legs that you can mount on these. And unfortunately, it's a mod. And here's the fun thing. They don't clip in. They have to slide into the extrusion. So you have to take off the side extrusions, slide 2 in on each side, put the side extrusions back in, and then figure out your length and lock them down in place. But you would have 2 feet or 2 legs that you can put on here that would rise it up, and it bows out just enough that it slots right into the top 2020 of a 300 size boron. In fact, it's these parts right here. Okay, so they have to slide on physically to the extrusion. So you'll have to take the bottom extrusion off. So take the feet off and your corners off. Pull your side panel, slide these on, and then it just sits straight down. There is a provision if you want to do like an M3 and lock it down. I don't have mine locked down, but those are available. Zombie, if I think about it, I will print. Maybe I'll run a black and a red set so that Zombie will have that, and I'll just toss it in here as well, in a plastic baggie. So I'll have a black and a red set so he can set it up however he wants if he's going to put it on one of his borons. Yeah, this comes out really good. So once again, this is Galaxy Black and Galaxy Red ASA. And then normally the side of the spoolers here would be red and the TPU would be black for the rollers. I'm out of black TPU. I did have some red TPU here. This is Yusu TPU. I have no idea what the shore hardness is. It feels a little bit softer than the Polymaker, just in squishiness. So what I decided to do was I had a couple sets of the black wheels done. So I just swapped red for black on these and printed the red TPU wheels. So that's why this looks a little bit different. We do have the inlays here, which means these are inlay trays, and they were printed basically dual color on the bamboo. There is a version that will have desiccant trays for these 4 that will allow you to add desiccant to them. But that would only work if you also build the enclosure for it, which is still in beta. It hasn't been fully released yet. It's coming though. But there's another finished box turtle. Like I said, there is an option of basically doing a 3-piece front, and that front having the turtle box logo or box turtle logo that you can light up with LEDs as well. I haven't done one. It was Armored 3D, who's been doing a lot. He did a box turtle from an LDO kit, and I think he's working on another um, Ender NG build, which is another, taking an Ender and making a Core XY out of it build. I think he did the box turtle center logo. I just haven't done any of those on. Once again, I need it to function. I don't necessarily need the bling. Yeah, it'd be great to take to shows, but I need it to function. And to me, adding lights everywhere, if this is functioning, so like if this was mine, I make it function, then I would consider going back and adding lights to it potentially. But putting lights on it, then all of a sudden, if the lights aren't working, you start digging into troubleshooting lights instead of is the basic function of it doing what it does, right? That's me. But this is, for all intents and purposes, done, ready to go over to Zombie Hedgehog. All of the pieces are connected up. It's wired in the appropriate way, so he would be able to take the base files for the AFC, answer the basic questions going through saying yes, accept defaults. It's going to ask, did you install the turtleneck or turtleneck 2? Say, yes, I installed the turtleneck. And it may ask you for the pins. You should be able to accept the defaults because I plugged it in the way that it says to in the manual. And bada bing, bada boom, it's done. Yeah, always LED responsibly. Like I said, I build the printer. The only printer that I built with LEDs from the get-go was the LDO 2.4 kit. Because it was, well, that and Black Box, because it was in the kit and it was part of the base install, right? I had somebody on my YouTube channel start going round and round about, well, why are you running fan wires from your tool head all the way back if you have a tool head board? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Well, we're doing that because a tool head board only provides the default voltage. So whatever voltage you're putting into the tool head board, whether it's 12 volt or 24 volt, is what all the fans are, unless you've got like an SB2209. I think the EBB36, the EBB36 and the EBB42 does not have jumpers to change the voltage. So whatever the input is to the tool head board is the voltage available for the fans. Okay, so this has a 24 volt coming in to the tool head board, and then it has a USB because they're not running CAN bus, they're running serial or rat rig. They don't believe in CAN bus, just like VZBot and Annex don't believe in CAN bus because serial has a wider bus than CAN bus, right? So especially when you start getting into stealth changers, tap changers, stuff like that, it may be beneficial to run serial and additional power wires versus running CAN bus because you can run into less issues. Anyhow, so he was going round and round. Well, by default, this kit comes with a serial connection, 24 volt input, and then you're running the part cooling fan home run all the way back to the MCU. The reason that's being done, the 4028 part cooling fan in here, so it's basically running yeah, it's basically running one of these bad boys, right? Well, these bad boys are 12 volt, right? You can get these in 24 volt, but you're going to pay more for them. Why? Because these are commodity use in servers. 4028s are normally in your 1U, 2U server case. So you can get these in 12 volt, 7 days a week, 30 days a month, 364 days a year, right? They're easy to find. So we're using this in the rat rig. We're taking the PWM, the blue wire, and going to the board, the toolhead board for control, but the power is going all the way back to the MCU because the Octopus board, you can select between 5 volt, 12 volt, and 24 volt for each fan input. So that's why we're running it that way. The reason he was going round and round of why are you doing that is because when he got his kit, he went out and bought Sanyo 24 volt versions of these, which he can plug into the toolhead board. Well, that's great. I built the first rat rig that anybody has streamed. The main people that were streaming rat rig content when the VCore 4 came out were using the rat rig that was being sent around to all the influencers. In fact, I believe that machine is still sitting at Modbot because he's got to upgrade some things on it. Something broke when it was shipped to him. He had to wait for RatRig to send him the parts, and he's got to do I think he's upgrading the tool head. Got an orbiter 2. I think he's got an upgrade to make it a 2.5 on the primary tool head, and I think he has the IDEX upgrade for it. I've got, and this is one of the things that we're getting ready to do next, is the IDEX upgrade for this bad boy. So what I'm going to wind up doing is I've got a Orbiter 2 on Toolhead 0. This came with an Orbiter 2.5. What I'm probably going to do is I'm either going to buy the upgrade kit, and when we tear this side down, because we have to take this tool head completely apart because it's changing the belt pass. So we've got a whole bunch of printed parts. When we take Toolhead 0 apart, I'm going to do one of two things. Either I'm going to buy the upgrade kit from KB3D and upgrade that one to a 2.5, or I'm just going to buy a 2.5, pull this one, put the new one in, and have a 2.0 orbiter that I can put on something else and have on the bench. Decisions, you know. The other thing I have, which is going to be another option that you can get now, and I didn't order it from RatRig because I could get it stateside, once again, 6 days, 7 days a week, and not have to wait and pay as much shipping, is the filament runout sensor now an available option for. So, and by available option, I mean default Rat OS configs for it. So we will be taking these tool heads apart to do the IDEX upgrade. And when we do the IDEX upgrade, they're both going to go to Orbiter 2.5s, and they're both going to get filament runout sensors. So that'll be fun. The front and the top panels are magnetic, so they can lift off and just set to the side. I'm hoping that I can muddle around without having to take either the side or the back panels off. I don't know. We shall see if I can route the second set of cables back down through the back without having to take anything else off. We'll see. But that's one of the next projects that's coming up, because I know everybody's wanting to see that content. Next week we'll have the Anycubic Cobra S1 arrive. So I think what my plan is I'm going to leave that downstairs in the box. We're going to do this and get this upgrade done. Then we'll come up, we'll bring the Anycubic up here, unbox it, and run it on the bench for a while. And then it'll go on the deck behind me. And then the next thing up that we need to do is we've got the upgrades for the Trident 350. When I go to bring that up here, it's going to suck. And I say suck because it's big. Like I have to take the quartz countertop off because it literally goes, it will literally sit on the red rails. It won't touch this at all. It'll sit on these. That's how big it is. And it won't be the full feet either. It'll be partial. So I have to be careful when I'm doing it. But that Trident 350 is going to get upgraded to CNC metal parts on all four corners of the gantry, 9mm belts. And when we do that, we're going to take the tool head off, which means it's also going to have a box turtle that's been built for it that comes off, because we're going to be putting a takeoff tool head with a tube on it. So we'll be doing that, and that'll be a little bit of time on the bench, because we're going to have to do a lot of rewiring for that when we add the tube into there. So that's the things that we have coming up here in the near future. Now it is 2 p.m. I think it's time for me to go ahead and call it quits for this stream. Like I said, the build here is done. I think I did decide that I am going to print the legs. I'll print a set in black and then a set in red to be able to give Zombie some options on how he sets this up on a printer so it's not sitting directly on an acrylic deck panel. And this will get boxed up and shipped over to Zombie. I'll have to get with him and be like, hey, here's shipping costs or something. I don't know. I've yet to figure that part out. But we'll get this up to Zombie Hedgehog, and we'll come back, and Tuesday we'll at least start tearing this stuff down, and we'll have to figure out maybe to rebuild Toolhead 0, which would be the first thing to do. We'll just grab the 2.5 orbiter out of the box and build that one. And then once we start getting to Toolhead 1, I'll have the new, either the new parts or the new orbiter 2.5 into. So thanks everybody for being here. Let me go check and we'll get a raid started. Let's see who is on. Jeff Negan's live. Stephen Poole, Ugly Mood doing some painting and gaming. Sin Shop. Like they're Queen Bounce. Sid Heresy, who's doing some electronic stuff. Going back to soldering. I don't know if he's soldering or if he's doing reflows. Oh, dang, Jano, thank you for the 500 bits. I missed that completely. Thank you very much, Jano. Thanks, Chewy. I'm glad that you're able to start making the streams again and enjoying the content. Um, Nathan Builds Things. Is he on Twitch? Nathan Builds Things. I don't think I'm following him. Nathan Builds Things. Ooh, is he doing a Mark III or Mark IV? I don't know. But that either way, it's a Prusa of some sort. So we'll go ahead and get a raid started over to Nathan Builds Things. Thank you for that suggestion, Big Jano. I appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't know he was on Twitch either. But it doesn't look like it's not Nathan Builds Robots, but it's Nathan Builds Things. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. We're going to go on a raid over to there. Thank you once again, everybody, for being here and hanging out with me today. Um, it's always nice to be able to do these builds. And, this wasn't a kit, but we brought it up to kit specs. We're going to get this shipped off to Zombie and, let him work with it from there. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I will see you guys again. Well, I'll see most of you, YouTube, Twitch, or whatever, for everybody's streams. But I will be back here on Tuesday, and we'll start taking apart the rat rig. So everybody have a great day. Come with me on the raid over to Nathan Builds Things, and we'll see you next time. Bye now. For those of you that are watching this recording over on YouTube, if you like what you see, please like and subscribe over here. Make sure you click the bell and look for all so that you get notified of future streams. And then YouTube's going to suggest another stream over here for you. Hope you have a great day.